are making Mahshi Fid, which is stuffed bell peppers. So that is the purpose of today's live. I'm going to show you step by step of how we make stuffed bell peppers, also known as Mahshi Fid in Arabic and also in Egyptian culture. It's a fairly simple process, but if you watched any of my lives before, you know it's going to take approximately 4 hours for this live to complete. I'm just kidding. Hopefully it does not take 4 hours. I'm going to try and get this done as quickly as possible. But this is not just simply me cooking and showing you how to make said food. We're also going to be working on making the final cut of the recipe video using my main camera and everything else. So I'm not just straight cooking, I'm also going through the process of working on my video. So not only is this a live cooking, it is also a behind the scenes of what I go through to essentially create these recipe videos that I post and share with each of you on my social media platforms and my website, theegyptiancook.com. So, if you've seen any of my lives before, you know, first things first of what we do is I go through and I record all of my voiceover audio recording. Here in front of me are my notes of everything that I will be saying and or doing. If you are wondering why the font size is so large, this is Arial 28-point font. The reason why it is so large is because I am legally blind. I was diagnosed with Stargardt's disease at a young age, which is a form of macular degeneration, which affects my central vision. With that being said, I have to do things a little bit differently than your typical average person with 20/20 vision. And if you're wondering why don't I just wear glasses or have LASIK eye surgery, it is not that simple, because as we speak, there really is no cure for Stargardt's disease. So with that being said, I just have to do things a little bit differently with the vision that I do have. If you're wondering what is my vision, it is 20/200 in both eyes. To put that in perspective for you, if you have perfect vision, 20/20 vision, what you see at 200 feet away, I see at no more than 20 feet away, okay? So with that being said, that is why when it comes to reading, for example, I have to use 28-point font, and I will still have to hold it very closely to my face in order to be able to see it. With that being said, considering that we are live right now, I know a lot of you who interact in these live lobbies with these content creators, you want them to be able to read your comments and to react to them and do all of those great things. Because of my vision disability, I am unable to do so with you. Even though I am literally this close to my phone within arm's length of both of my phones, the font on my phone screens in regards to the comments are way too small for me to be able to see and or read. Even if I am standing this close, I still cannot see the comments as they are coming in. So if you are wondering why I am not acknowledging your comments or responding or interacting with the comments in general, that is the reason why. And if that upsets you, I don't know what else to tell you. Take it or leave it. This is how my lives are. I go through the process of what I do. If you like it, thank you. If you don't like it, thank you. And if you're anywhere in between, still thank you. So regardless, this is how it's going to be. Thank you for everybody who's here today. And let's go ahead and get started with recording my voiceover audio as I just knocked over my remote. Let me turn on my main camera. Then I also need to silence the refrigerator because when the motor kicks on, it gets so incredibly loud and the microphone picks up all of that audio. And I don't know how to edit all of that noise, interference out. So this is a suitable solution for me to do. Let's remove that. All right, First things first, recording voiceover audio for making stuffed bell peppers, also known as Mahshi Fid in Egyptian culture. So let's go ahead and do this. In Egyptian culture, Mahshi Fid is stuffed bell peppers. This is a vegan recipe. Start this recipe by frying diced onions with minced garlic and olive oil. Let's try that one again. Start this recipe by frying diced onions with minced garlic and olive oil. Once fragrant, add diced tomatoes along with tomato paste. Season it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Once this reaches a light simmer, turn off the heat. Let me try that one again. I said it right, but I need to change my tone a little bit with how I enunciate all the sentence in general. Once this reaches a light simmer, turn off the heat. Now introduce an immersion blender to this operation. And blend the seasoned vegetables. And blend the seasoned vegetables to make the tomato sauce nice and smooth like you. Transfer the tomato sauce to a large bowl. And allow it time to cool down. Why did I stop? There was more for me to say. I just stopped there. Let me get rid of that one. All right, let's try this again. Where am I? And allow it time to cool down before, okay. And allow it time to cool down before the next steps of, what? All right, let's get rid of that one and allow it time to cool down before the next steps of finishing the mahshi filling. All right, so what's this one? Okay, that one can go. I want to go. Let's try this one again. Now introduce an immersion blender to this operation. And blend the seasoned vegetables to make the tomato sauce nice and smooth like you. Transfer the tomato sauce to a large bowl. And allow it time to cool down before the next steps of finishing the mahshi filling. Add chopped parsley, chopped, chopped cilantro, fresh dill, and Egyptian style ruz. Put on your imaginary gloves and mix this really well. This completes the mahshi filling. Green bell peppers followed by red ones are most commonly used in Egyptian culture. Carefully trace around the carefully tra carefully trace around the stem to carefully trace around the stem to remove carefully trace around the stem. This is not even that complicated of a sentence, but like I keep on stumbling. All right, let's try this again. All right. Carefully trace around the stem to remove the carefully trace around the stem to remove the oh my goodness. Carefully trace around the stem to remove the core and guts. It's not that difficult, people. Why do I keep on messing up? All right. Serious faces, people. There's no laughter allowed in my kitchen. Oops, wrong button. Carefully trace around the stem to remove the core and guts. I got it. It only took me like 32 tries, but that's okay. Once the bell peppers are nice and clean, I shouldn't have made that plural. Once the bell pepper is nice and clean, put on a new pair of imaginary gloves and add the mahshi filling. Do not overpack it tight. Let me re-emphasize do not differently with a slightly different tone. It should look like this. Now set the stuffed bell peppers back in the same pot used to make the tomato sauce. Add enough water to be about 2/3 of the height of the bell peppers. A touch of tomato paste goes in the water. Why did I stop? Oh my goodness, I'm making way too many mistakes with my words right now. All right, where am I? A touch of tomato paste goes in the water along with sea salt. Once this reaches a boil, turn the heat down to low. To serve mahshi filfil, simply transfer it to a serving dish. Egyptian style mahshi filfil. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes me recording all of my voiceover audio lines that I need to record. Anything that's left for me to record is essentially anything that's highlighted over here in yellow, but that's just my way of letting myself know when it comes time for that actual step. I need to say whatever nonsense I wrote down as I am doing said action. So let's go ahead and get ready for the actual preparation and cooking part. So let me rotate my camera around. And then I'm going to move this stuff out of the way. That should be okay. Let me move all this stuff out of the way, and I'm going to bring you guys over here to give you a better point of view of what's happening. We just essentially need to prepare the veggies, get everything situated, and then we can start cooking. Here, let's go on a quick little field trip. Bring you guys over here for now. We need that first. We need this and that first. All right, now let me swing you guys back a little bit around more. Let's tilt you down. I need to grab my cutting board and knife. Just give me one moment as I move some of these pots and pans around. Filling this up with water. That's going to be for the, what's it called? For the garlic. Going to need, let's move this here. Move this back. Bring this up. And I'm just going to adjust you guys to make sure that that everyone can see everything okay. I hope. Let's go up just a little bit more. Then I'll tilt you guys down. There we go. That should be okay. You guys can see me. You can see the cutting board and the onion and whatever food that's going to be over here. So let's go ahead and start preparing everything that we need. So we're simply going to go through and we're going to dice up some onion. We're going to mince some garlic, dice up some tomatoes, and then we're going to start cooking and working on the sauce. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad the Egyptian cook, and for today's live, we are making Mahshi Fid, which is stuffed bell peppers. Mahshi in general is very popular in Egyptian culture. So today I'm showing you how we make stuffed bell peppers. And yes, this is a vegan recipe. If you're wondering why there is no lahma in this, just essentially how my family makes it. We do not add lahma to it. And for those of you who do not know, lahma is Arabic for meat. You will find that some recipes call for you adding any type of like ground beef, for example, that you mix in with the ruz. Ruz is Arabic for rice. But today, we are doing it a little bit differently. And it's not everybody that adds the ground meat to it. I've always ever had it without the lahma in it. So I am essentially sharing with you how my family makes it. I also want to take a moment to give a huge thank you to everybody on YouTube for helping me reach 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate each and every single one of you. This just happened this past Friday, so 2 days ago. It happened early Friday evening, like around like 5 o'clock-ish or 5, 6 o'clock was when it happened. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody on YouTube. I'm also planning to make a like some sort of post thanking everybody on YouTube for everyone who supported me there. It's wild to me that it's been like three and a half years, I think, and that onion just like completely it's gonna make me tear up. Oh boy. Just roughly diced is all we need for the onion. Let me move this out of the way and move on to the garlic. So a good trick when it comes to handling garlic, run some water on your fingertips and along the blade, and it will prevent the garlic from sticking. But as I was saying, it's been about almost 4 years. I started this way back when January of 2022 essentially was my first subscriber ever on YouTube. And at that point in time, I had zero sense of direction of what I was doing. I didn't even know how to make a video, to be honest with you. I had essentially no education on how to make a video, no education on social media, just nothing. I had no idea what was happening. But that was essentially when this journey started. And at first, I really wasn't making, I was not focused on Egyptian food. I was essentially just making whatever. I had no sense of direction, because I just didn't know what was going on. I didn't know whether or not this was going to be, was going to turn into anything. Was I going to take it anywhere? Like, I just didn't know, to be honest with you. So as things were moving along, I would sit there and, I'd make different types of food, just literally anything. Like one day I would make chicken, for example. Next video would be some sort of pasta. Then I would make a burger. And then I would, see like around that time, the tomato feta pasta was going viral. So I was like, okay, I'll try some of these viral dishes, see how it goes. And, of course, my videos, they were barely getting any views, like 1,000 to 2,000. If I was lucky, I would get like 3,000 views. on one of my videos. So nothing was really like quote unquote working for me. But in the mix, as I was doing all this, I was still making Egyptian food like here and there. Like to put things in perspective, just for the simplicity of math, maybe like realistically speaking, like 1 out of every 8 possibly videos were Egyptian food, and the other, like 7 out of 8, or even if you want to round up to 10, it just wasn't. It was just, just anything. There was no, like I said, there was no sense of direction. Give me one moment. Let me clear my sinuses here. I will be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that, but thank you for your patience. So, like I said, like realistically speaking, 1 out of every 8 of my food videos were Egyptian food, while the other, like 7 out of 8 were just whatever foods. No sense of direction. And I would sit there, like a lot, especially like on YouTube, and because YouTube, in my opinion, I think gives the absolute best data and analytics when it comes to your video performance in comparison to like all the other social media platforms. I think YouTube does the best job of providing all of that data and information. So I would pay attention to it as best as I could and try to make sense of it. Why did this video perform and why did this one not? And then I realized, after about a year or so of me doing this, I realized that it was more than a year. It was about like it was like a year and a half of me doing this, because I started in January 2022, and it wasn't until like the summer of 2023 that's when I kind of hit like that epiphany and like that crossroads, like, okay, if I'm going to continue doing this, I need to do something much differently, especially considering that my videos, like, for one, I really don't know how to make a good video. For two, my videos are not really performing that well. And for three, I had actually quit my job as well too. So I did like things like completely like unorthodox. Like most people would not take the same risks, like quit your job and, bet everything on yourself. And, just most people would not take that risk unless, they had a bulletproof plan and they were guaranteed that success and everything. I said, screw all of that. I'm so used to giving everybody my 100%. I might as well do something a little bit different and actually make something for myself. So that's what I did. So it wasn't until, like a year and a half into it, that's where, I hit that crossroads, like, okay, like I really need to do something differently with this. Am I going to commit to this, or am I going to hang up the apron, even though I don't wear an apron, and, accept defeat on this one? So that's where I essentially took several months off, like 4 to 6 months off. I wasn't making any videos or anything, but I was just learning, just studying, doing my homework, learning about cameras, learning about sound quality, lighting, about all the works from A to Z. I watched a lot of YouTube videos to learn different types of cameras and all that type of stuff. And, for a food content creator, what's the best type of camera to use? Because at that point in time, before all of this, mind you, I was just using, why is that screen so dim? Sorry about that. For a second, it looked like my TikTok was off because the screen is so dim. But anyways, before this epiphany, this cross and the roads, I essentially was making all of my videos off of my iPhone. Uh, Even the editing was all through the iMovies app, the free version. And yeah, so that's exactly how I did everything. I didn't have a microphone. I didn't even have the ring light, like how you see most people use the tripod ring light. I didn't even have one of those for my videos. So I took that time off. I did my homework, did a lot of researching, watched a lot of YouTube videos, like product reviews, like what people thought of certain cameras and microphones and all that type of stuff, and what people liked, what they didn't like, and things like that. Then I finally made my purchase, bought everything that I needed, but then now I have to apply what I learned from watching all these YouTube videos and all this reading different articles and reviews and all that type of stuff. Let's do a quick field trip to over here so I can wash the veggies. Just bring you guys over. So I did my homework on all that stuff, purchased all the equipment that I needed, but now I had to apply what I had been researching and learning. I had to apply it in real time, essentially. So that's what I started doing. I essentially practiced, and I still needed work, and even still to this day, I need some work. Quick little field trip. Let's bring you guys back over to, oops. All right, I hope that's okay for everyone. So I still needed, to essentially practice what I was doing and like quote unquote like perfect my craft. But you can eventually, at some point in time, you have to put yourself out there. So that's what I started doing. But when I did it, like my first couple of videos back, I did not make Egyptian food. That was like essentially like my trial run, just to see, how it would perform and, people's reactions and things like that of my new style of videos. So the feedback was, it wasn't like, what's the word I'm looking for, the phrase I'm looking for. It wasn't like anything too crazy, like the videos didn't go viral or anything like that, but it was definitely like, it was definitely positive feedback overall, in terms of what my viewers thought and just the performance of the videos in general. They got more views than my norm. So it was all good signs. And mind you, at that point in time, like on Instagram, for example, I only had like 2,000 some followers at this point in time. So now we're talking like November, December 2023. So the fall/winter time of 2023. And then, so now let's fast forward the clock to New Year's Eve, 2023. So 2023 going to 2024. That's where I was like, okay. Well, actually, I take that back. December, I did start making a few different Egyptian foods. Like I made salnayet patates, which is baked potatoes and lamb in a tomato sauce. Which, if you haven't tried it, it is absolutely delicious. And that recipe is on my website, thategyptiancook.com, for any of you who are interested in checking it out. But anyway, so I made that, and I think I made like one other Egyptian food dish in December. I don't recall. But that video performed pretty well. I think it like hit over like 100,000 views, something like that. So it was like it was all new to me in a way, having my videos perform, like significantly perform better than what they normally were. And then January of 2024, that's when, you know, I essentially was going to lock in and do nothing but Egyptian food. Essentially, I was going to flip the script, and you know, for every 8 videos, instead of one of them being, you know, Egyptian food, now 7 out of the 8 are going to be Egyptian food, and maybe, just maybe, I'll do like one food, you know, one video where it's not, whatever the case was. That's how I went into it, planning this. And so the first video I posted, I made Egyptian style goulash, which is a crispy and savory phyllo meat pie. It's absolutely delicious and out of this world if you haven't had it before. So I made it New Year's Eve. I actually started cooking at like, I don't know, like 10, 11 o'clock at night. And I didn't finish making it until, you know, past midnight. So into the new year, through the new year. And so I posted it the January 1st, like early in the morning. I stayed up all night editing that video, and which took me forever because, you know, I was still learning how to actually edit on my computer versus using iMovies on my phone, which was like a significantly different process. But anyways, so I posted it January 1st, 2024, and that was actually my first viral video collectively, like between all social media platforms. It primarily got all its views on Instagram and TikTok, but it got well over 4 million views collectively between all my social media platforms. And like from then on, that's where I was like, holy crap, like I need to put all my attention on Egyptian food. And plus nobody else is really doing it. I can't be, you know, chasing after all of these viral trends or whatever the case is, or, you know, what other people are doing, because essentially that doesn't differentiate me from them. And essentially the rest is history. So my Instagram and TikTok, those definitely grew as things were happening. But my YouTube kind of did fall behind. Essentially, it wasn't really until this year, really, where things started picking up for my YouTube channel. I'm actually going to save this one last tomato. I just did 4 right here. Let me set this to the side. Let me wash my hands. Now we can move some stuff around. It wasn't really until this year where things for my YouTube channel started taking off. For like my long form videos, the first one really was like about 6 months ago or so. It was for the Namoon Mekhalil recipe video, which is pickled lemons, which are absolutely delicious. If you have not tried it or heard of it before, here's what's left of that very batch that I made about 6 months ago. Definitely check out that video. It is on my website, egyptiancook.com, as well as all of my social media platforms. So it wasn't until really this year where my YouTube started taking off. And here we are as of 2 days ago, this past Friday, my YouTube channel has hit 100,000 subscribers. So thank you to everybody on YouTube. I appreciate each and every single one of you. All right, let me go ahead and just wipe down my area. I'm going to bring the countertop stove over and we can start cooking. Let's bring the stove over. And oops. How did I forget about this? So I had a disaster last week when I was making the rose leaven and mahalabeyo, which is rice pudding and milk pudding. And yeah, I completely forgot to clean this. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's go to the sink. Quick field trip. I apologize about that, guys. Did not mean for this to happen. This. I need to transfer this to a bowl, otherwise it's just going to leak all over the place. Actually, let's do this one. Oops. All right. So these tomatoes are all going for the sauce. We're making the sauce ourselves. We're not using any of that canned nonsense. All right, so that takes care of that. Let's go ahead and clean this stove grate from last week's disaster. So how it happened was, it was actually when I was making the mahalabeya, which is the milk pudding. I poured the milk into the sauce pot, but it was like a smaller one. So the milk initially was doing good, then suddenly it went and like caused a wave effect along the side of the pot, and it spilled all over the place. It's kind of like a milk tsunami effect in a way, I guess you could call it. And then it happened a second time after I added the cornstarch and I went to whisk it. After like the second, the third rotation of whisking, it decided to tsunami all over again. It needs a little bit more. I'll give it one more scrub and then we'll switch back over. We'll dry this up and then switch back over and start cooking. I'm going to be working on the sauce first. All right, this should be okay, I hope. Give it one more because there's still some parts in like this little groove part. I'll give it one more go, and then if not, it should be okay. Then I'll just make it a point later tonight once I'm done recording with this live and everything. I'll make sure to actually like detail clean this. Can't believe I forgot about this, but whatever. It is what it is. Mistakes happen. It's okay, because we deal with it, we fix it, and then we move on from it. Right, let's rinse off the back. All right, it's like 95% clean. Good enough. All right, quick little field trip. Let's bring you guys back over here to your regular positions. Let me just adjust everybody. All right, let's bring that grate back over. Let's dry it first before we put it on. All right, the heat will take care of whatever wetness I missed. Let's turn on this camera, and you're going to see the image pop up on this monitor. So that's good. We need the onions and the pan over here. Here's the pan. We don't need the lid right now. This can go to the side. The onions. And the garlic. I do have a recording line for this first part. I need to turn on my lights too now that we're actually going to be cooking and recording. I have 2 more lights to turn on. Ow. And we should be good to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm recording with my main camera, that's essentially where I will be going radio silent in terms of the live with what I will be saying. Just let me adjust the camera slightly up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Start this recipe by frying diced onions with minced garlic in olive oil. I set it okay. Let me make sure everything in the picture is fine. And then I'm going to adjust the camera for the next couple shots. Start this recipe by frying diced onions with very good. Actually, I need to completely adjust this down, like so. And you guys should be able to see on that monitor, like the monitor that's on my countertop, you should be able to see what is happening with these adjustments as I am doing it. All right, let's see how we look. Okay, that's one. And that's 2. Now I need to adjust the camera back up again to have it focus on what's going to be cooking inside the pot. All right. I need to tilt that down a little bit more. This can go in as well. Turning the flame back on. We're gonna give this about 30-ish seconds here for it to heat up. All right, looks like YouTube, you guys can see the pot okay, and TikTok, it looks like you guys, hold on. Let me tilt. All right. Looks like you guys can see the pot okay now too. Let's give this about 30 seconds for it to heat up. Then we're going to go in with the olive oil. I'm going to record the shots that I need, add the minced garlic or the diced onions followed by the minced garlic, and then we can sit here and cook and work on the tomato sauce. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Mohammed the Egyptian cook, and for today's live, I am showing you how to make Mahshi filfil, which is Arabic for stuffed bell peppers. So we're going to be working with green bell peppers and red bell peppers today. I'm going to show you step by step how we essentially make it while working on the final cut of this recipe video with my main camera. So let's go ahead. It's been about 30 seconds now as I just ran my mouth. Let's go ahead and add the olive oil. All right, olive oil is in. I need, where's the knife? Where's the knife? Where's the knife? Found the knife. All right, in approximately 15 seconds, we're going to go in with the diced onions. They're roughly diced because we're going to fry them up for a little bit with the other vegetables, and this is all contributing to the tomato sauce, and we're going to be blending it with an immersion blender. So it does not have to be perfectly diced, just roughly diced should be sufficient. Let's go ahead and incorporate it. Let's turn down that heat just a little bit. I'm going to run some water on the blade for the garlic next. Let's push the garlic onto the blade. That was the minced garlic. Let's get whatever's left on the cutting board. All right, next shot. I just need to mix for a little bit. All right, so we're going to let this cook. Oh, stupid CAPTCHA thing on TikTok. I hate those things. You gotta slide the puzzle over. So we got the onions and the garlic in here. We're just gonna let this cook for a few minutes until it becomes fragrant. Once that happens, we're going to incorporate these diced tomatoes as well as some tomato paste. So let me grab the tomato paste as well so I can be ready with that. All right. And then also the seasonings that we will be using. 4 simple seasonings that I like to use for my sauce: ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. So we're making our sauce homemade. We're not using any of that canned nonsense. So the onions and garlic are starting to get some color, like another, roughly 1 minute. And I'm going to take the shot that I need. I need to scoop some up onto the spoon and get like a close-up shot, because in my voiceover I recorded the line of me saying once fragrant. So I just need like a 1 or 2 second shot, sufficient to cover that, to match with that voiceover. And then we will add the rest of the ingredients, and we're going to move along with making this mahshi filfil. One more mix, and I'm going to get the shot that I need. Let me go up a little bit higher. All right, now let's go in first the diced tomatoes. Up next is the tomato paste. First seasoning is ground coriander. Up next is cumin. followed by sea salt. And the final seasoning is black pepper. What? Oops. Okay. All right, so now we just simply mix it. I recorded the shot that I needed for this next part. Just me showing me to mix it as I'm saying it. So once this essentially reaches a light simmer, we're going to introduce an immersion blender to this operation, and we're going to blend it smooth. A correction to what I just said. Once it reaches a light simmer, we're going to turn off the heat, then we're going to blend it smooth, because you essentially want this to cool down before you add the next set of ingredients, which are essentially the greens and the rice. I need to adjust the camera down for this next shot. Oops. Let me adjust it a little bit more. I need to adjust this back up and then bring the immersion and then set up for the immersion blender. So just give me one moment to make these adjustments. All right. But it's way too low. Let's move the seasonings out of the way. Adjust this camera. That's too high. immersion blender. Push all these sides down. Just simply putting this here to block the cord in a way. All right, that looks good. Let's do this. Start at my 6 o'clock because it will be 12 o'clock on the video. And then I'll move clockwise because then it will also be clockwise on the video. Let's do this. Pushing down the sides a little bit. All right, I'm going to continue recording, so I'm going to go radio silent. Should be okay. Some did splash up on my sleeve, which whatever, it is what it is. There's dry cleaners for a reason. Many of you will usually comment that, how is it that, I'm wearing a suit, for example, but then it never appears to be dirty. It is dirty. You guys just usually don't notice when these minor accidents happen, but it's okay. It is what it is. I'm going to rinse this off and wash it before it dries up. So let's move this out of the way. We no longer need it. The olive oil. Let's also unplug this. We no longer need the immersion blender. So let's move this out of the way as well. And we're going to transfer this to a bowl and then work on the greens. Oops. There we go. Let's get over here. I'm going to adjust the temperature in here. All right. I need to move these cords out of the way. All right, so I blended it. It's all nice and smooth. Okay. To make the I need a big bowl now. Oh, the lights right here. How did I say it? Transfer tomato sauce to a large bowl. All right, let's move this out of the way temporarily. I've barely done anything and I got stuff everywhere in my kitchen. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's wipe down some of this tomato sauce that splashed around. This. Zoom in. All right, you guys can still see the bowl okay. Tomato sauce in the bowl. So we're going to be coming back to this pan. So it does not have to be 100% perfect in terms of removing all the sauce. All right. And allow it time to cool down. Now we need to, let me turn off this camera for the time being. We need to prepare these greens. Parsley, cilantro, and dill. So we're going to be using 3 different types of greens: parsley, cilantro, and fresh dill. Actually, I need to clear. Whoa. Let me give this a quick wash. Should have washed it before I cut it, but it is what it is. The dill, I know for a fact, is already washed. Let me do this parsley really quick. Start with the parsley. So we're simply just going to chop this nice and fine. We're going to do the same for the what's it called? The cilantro and the dill. And this will also allow time for the tomato, because we're also going to be incorporating the ruz, aka the rice, to it. And you do not want the sauce to be hot, because then it will begin cooking the rice, which you don't want to do that just yet. For those of you just joining in, welcome to my kitchen. I am Muhammad, the Egyptian cook. And for today's live, we are making Mahshi Filfil, which is stuffed bell peppers. We're going to be using green and red bell peppers for today's recipe. You can follow along the same exact process using any other colors if you would like. For example, the orange or the yellow bell peppers as well. This will work just fine with that too. It's just in Egyptian culture, we most commonly use the green followed by the red. So right now we are chopping up the parsley. Then we're going to do the cilantro, followed by the dill. All right. All right. That takes care of the parsley. Now let's chop up some soap, also known as cilantro. All right, that takes care of the cilantro. The last green for us to chop up is the dill. that takes care of the dill. Let me go wash my hands. I'll be right back. All right, let's move some of this out of the way. So that way we can come back with the tomato sauce and we can start adding all of this stuff in. Let's wipe down my area. Let's turn this camera back on. Parsley, then cilantro, then dill, followed by the rose, which is, where did I put it? Where did I put it? Right over here. All right, where's the knife? All right, let's do this. First was the parsley, up next is the cilantro. goes the rice. Just reading my notes, because I say put on your imaginary gloves and mix this really well. And then I do have a recording. I am going to need, so I need to mix it just for a little bit while the camera is how it is right now, as you guys can see. And then I need to adjust the camera up on me as I am still mixing it, because I do have a recording line to some instruction to give as I am mixing it. All right, let's do this. I think I'm going to add just a little bit more rice to this. I originally did 2 cups. It's gonna do the rest of this bag, so it'll basically be like about 3 cups of rice. Maybe a little bit shy of 3 cups, but that's okay. There we go. Let me wipe off my hands and wash them. And then we're going to adjust the camera up, because I do have a recording line. I have a couple recording lines. One for sure, possibly 2. I have to look at my notes again. Pull this back closer. This is garbage now. And let's adjust that camera. Just give me one moment, please. All right. I'm gonna come in with a little bit more dill, just a little bit. A little bit more parsley as well. And then I got the cilantro over here. Alright guys, Serious Face is about to start recording here. So I get a head start on the mixing since I just added some more greens on top. Alright, let's do this. Oh, you keep on adding soap to the food. Okay, خلاص, go wash your hands and... I skipped the first part before I say go wash your hands. It's supposed to be stop crying and go wash your hands. Then I'm gonna do like a little wham at the end. I need to be careful with because when I go to say okay خلاص, because I usually whip my hand up, but I don't want especially the ruz to go flying everywhere. So how can I do this without? Because I don't want to intentionally like fling food like all over the place. I don't like wasting food. You keep on adding soap to the food. Give my hand a little shake, then I say okay خلاص. But I'll probably just do it like a little bit slower, so it's not as aggressive in terms of the body language. The voice will still be there. All right, let's try this again. Oh, you keep on adding soap to the food. Okay, خلاص, go wash. No, stop crying and go wash your hands. I keep on skipping that part. Oh, you keep on adding soap to the food. Okay, خلاص, go wash. I'm skipping it again. I can't skip it. I gotta say stop crying. What am I doing? All right. I think I'm so concerned about, the rose, flinging up that I'm skipping the stop crying part. All right, let's try this again. Oh, you keep on adding soap to the food. Okay. My voice just cracked there. I'm done. I am so done. Let's try this again. Oh, you keep on adding soap to the food. Okay, خلاص, stop crying and go wash your hands. Wham. All right, that's essentially how I want to do it. So in order to essentially prevent me from flinging like minimal like rice flinging, I have to start shaking my hand off like early into the whining part. So let's try this. Let's try this again. All right, I can't be laughing for this part. I need to like. All right. Serious faces, people. No more laughing. All right. We can do this. Oh, you keep on adding soap to the food. Okay, خلاص. Stop crying and go wash your hands. Wham. Okay, I think that's a winner. Let's review it, see how it looks. I'm done. I quit. I'm done. I'm retiring young. Life is good. All right. This completes the Mahshi filling. All right. All right. Let me wipe off my fingers and my hands. Let's clean up the little mess that we have. And then we can move on to the peppers. All right, let me go wash off my hands. I'll be right back. at some point in time, um, because I cannot remember off the top of my head, um, the first okay khalas I did in any of my videos. I want to be able to, I want to pinpoint exactly the first one that I ever did. Not only to know like exactly when I started doing it, but also I want to see and remember what was the first okay khalas I ever did in any of my recipe videos. And I'd also like to know what was the video immediately before that one where I was not doing the okay khalas. So that's definitely something that I would like to go back and know, because I personally think that the okay khalas is absolutely hilarious. It always gets me to essentially break character in a way, even though this is really not, some of you may think that, you know, how I am with my stoic look and my tone and everything in my recipe videos. A lot of you may think that that is just like an act or my online persona. I can guarantee you it is definitely not an act. It's more so just a part of me, a part of my like personality in general. It's just the part. It's the part that I essentially choose uh, to share for what I do online here. So it's definitely not an act. I can promise you that much. It's just a part of essentially my sarcasm, and my humor. It's very, it can be very dry at times. So a lot of times, like for the people who actually know me, they, I think it's funny. They will sometimes find them be in a situation where they don't know whether I'm being serious or if it's my humor, because I can really just like hold that stoic look and like posture, like as I am delivering, you know, whatever it is that I am saying. Uh, and I think it just adds to my humor. All right. So here's the mahshi filling. Here's how it should look. It's basically the ruz with tomato sauce. We made the tomato sauce from scratch. And then a whole lot of greens, including parsley, cilantro, and dill. Oh, I need the close-up shot of that as well before we move on to the peppers. So let's adjust the camera for this next part. Tilt this down, zoom it in. Let's see how we look. All right, that should be okay. Let's see how long that voiceover is. This completes the mahshi. That should be okay. Let's review it just to make sure, and we should be good to go. I'll do one more. Because in my head, I'm just saying to myself, this completes the mahshi filling, because I already did record that voiceover audio. All right, that should be okay. to the peppers. For every 3 to 4 bell peppers, just depending on the size of each bell pepper, you will need roughly 1 cup of rice. Let me grab my other knife. That's what we need. Let me wash it real quick and I'll be right there. All right, so like I was saying, for every 3 to 4 bell peppers, just depending on the size, these are a little bit like on the smaller / medium size of bell peppers. So for every 3 to 4 of these, to put it in better perspective for you, these like are a little bit large. This one specifically, it's a little bit larger than that of like a baseball, for example. So for every 3 to 4 bell peppers, you want roughly 1 cup of medium grain ruz. We are using Egyptian style rice, or ruz in Arabic, as we call it in Arabic, which is essentially a medium grain rice. And when it comes to filling these up, you don't want to fill it all the way up to the top, nor do you want to overpack it as well. We're going to go to like right before the rim of the bell peppers. So there are different ways for this next process when it comes to preparing the bell peppers. There are those who just, slice off the top, just like one clean slice, and then you can also, or you could do another method where you core around the top. So that's the method that I will be using, where I trace around the top of the stem. But first things first, I do have a recording line. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. All right, so let's organize these like so. Actually, do it like that. Oops. Make like a little diamond shape on the cutting board. I need to adjust the camera up onto me for this recording line. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. Let's review it, make sure everything's in focus. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. Let me try it one more time. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. I think this one should be okay. Let's make sure we're good to go. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. I don't like on how I'm holding them. It's just like kind of like awkward and weird and this bowl. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. I think that one's going to be much better. Let's review it. Now let's prepare the bell peppers. I like that one a lot better. All right. What do I say? What do I say? What do I say? Green bell peppers. Okay. Green bell peppers followed by red ones are most commonly used in Egyptian culture. Green bell peppers followed by red ones are most commonly used in Egyptian culture. Let's review it, make sure we're good to go. Green bell peppers followed by red ones are most commonly used in Egyptian culture. I think we're good to go. All right. Next page. Hard, carefully trace around the stem. So that's what I need to show next. Once the bell pepper is nice and clean. All right. Start with this one here. I need to adjust this camera down. Looks like you guys are still going to be able to see everything okay. Let's raise the camera up. So this next part is a little bit tricky, me getting the angle right, because I'm going to be, instead of me just slicing it, one clean slice, like so on how some people will do it, I'm going to instead trace around the stem and remove it that way and clean it that way. But I do need to hit it, or not hit it, hold it a little bit closer for me to be able to see, but I don't want to do it too close. I'm trying to find that happy medium to where I can comfortably see it, but also get the shot, like the close-up shot that I need for this. So then I need to adjust the camera up a little bit more. Hopefully I was holding that in frame the whole time, I hope. couldn't see the knife. It was like my finger was blocking the blade. So in a way, it kind of just looks like my yeah, for the most part, you can't see the blade like at all. So it looks like, you know, I'm just going like this with my finger. Whatever. I'm going to continue with this one, and I'm going to record myself doing the second one just to be on the safe side. It is what it is. So right now I'm just kind of breaking off any of the, like the white membrane part, whatever it's called, on the inside of the bell pepper. Does not have to be 100% perfect. Some of the seeds and the membrane is okay, but you essentially want it to be cleaned out like so. That was the first one. Let's do one more. This one was a fail. I pushed the stem in. Oh my goodness. There we go. That was a fail. Not going to use the red one for the final cut. Alright, just breaking off the white membrane, giving it a tap, tap, tap to get it all out. I'm gonna try one last one, recording it just to be on the safe side. I'm definitely not gonna use the red one because that was a disaster of me trying to slice it while recording on here. But let's go ahead and try with this one right here. So far, so good, I think, with that one. All right, that should be okay. Last one, not recording for that one. For this last one, since the third one essentially did the trick. When removing the guts, be careful not to break the sides of the bell pepper. You want to keep it completely intact. All right. Let me clear off this cutting board. Be right back. Oops. All right. One's clean. Did that part. All right. Now we fill this up. Excuse me. This I don't need anymore, actually. I can go over there. All of these seeds that went flying everywhere. Just let me get this cleared off. Let's bring this bowl back over. It looks like you guys, YouTube can still see it. Everything's good to go. Okay. So I'm going to do it all with this red one. If everything's, so I'm going to be radio silent for this red one. And then if everything goes well with recording with this one, then we will continue the next three without having to worry about recording with my main camera. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm simply going to be packing it in with the Mahshi filling, which is right over here in this bowl, which essentially consists of the homemade tomato sauce, parsley, cilantro, and dill, and then the medium grain rice. And we mixed it all together, and that is the Mahshi filling. When it comes to packing the bell peppers, you just want it to naturally take its like fill. You don't want to sit there and jam it all in there and pack it, you know, super tight or overpack it. That will cause the bell pepper to essentially fall apart and or break and or fall apart. It can also cause the rice to take much longer for it to cook as well. So you don't want to overpack. Just let it naturally fall in its place. And also when it comes to filling this up, you don't want to go all the way to the rim. We're going to stop just like a little bit before the top. So maybe like just past like 3/4 up of the distance, like approximately is how far we're going to go up. So give it a nice shake, and if you can feel it like still comfortably shaking around in there, then that's a good sign. That means that it has essentially that breathing room. And I essentially filled it to right at the level where since the top of the bell pepper like usually curves in like where the stem is, I went right before that that part, so there still is some essentially like a like air gap or breathing room at the top there. I'll do one with the green, just to be on the safe side when it comes time for me editing. So that way I don't have to worry about going back or any of that. If it's better, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Just cleaning off the sides here from any of the spillage. All right, that should be okay. So as you fill it, just give it a nice shake so it could all fall into place. You don't want to overpack it. Like, for example, like that, you don't want the rice level to surpass the top of the green pepper. Basically to the level of where the bell pepper, like the top of it, like curves in on itself because of the stem. That's as high as you want to go. And then clean off the sides and you're good to go. Final one. So for the purpose of the video, I'm showing just 4, but I do have more peppers behind me as well. I just don't have a pot that's large enough to make more essentially than 4 or 5. So for the purpose of the video, we're only going to be making, we're going to be highlighting these 4. And when you're making mahshi, if you have like any leftover rice, like let's just say this was all we're making, we have all this leftover rice, you could simply throw this in a pot with some water and just cook it that way. And this will be delicious as like on its own, just like this. And it will not take as long to cook as mahshi does. So I need to set this to the side. Let's bring the countertop stove back over. Same pan we made the tomato sauce in. Let me wipe off these edges just right at the top here where the lid's going to go. Let's see, what did I say? Should look like this, okay? I already did that. Now it's time for me to set it in the pot. I do need to adjust the angle up. And then tilt it down. Let's see how we look. That is way too low. Oops, too high. Too low again. Now let's just adjust the zoom and we should be good to go. To start at my 7 and then work my way around. So from this camera angle, this very last one right here, or not last, well, the one like closest in front of me, it kind of looks like it's not empty, but it looks a lot less full than the other ones, like at least from that camera angle. So I'm just gonna add just a touch of the Mahshi filling. All right, so now we want this to reach a boil. And once it reaches a boil, we're going to turn the heat down to low, and then we're just going to let it cook low and slow for roughly 45-ish minutes. This thing is about to run out of butane, so just give me one moment to grab a refill. Let's go ahead and swap this out. We're back in business. All right, we're going to let this reach a boil. And I do have some recording lines that need to be done for it. And then once we reach the point where this is going to be cooking low and slow, then we're going to work on cleaning up the kitchen because it is a hot mess right now. There is stuff everywhere. I use pretty much every single cutting board that I have, as well as there are pots and pans. Let me clear up this stove actually while I'm waiting from these other pots and pans, because we're going to be moving things over to my main, we're going to be moving things over to my main stove. We're not going to be cooking on this the whole time, especially when I'm not recording with my main camera. We're going to swap over to my main stove. Just giving the water a little mix. There's like a little teeny tiny bit of tomato paste left in here. Let's go ahead and get it all out. We're almost at a boil, which is a good thing. The water is slowly steaming up here. So another couple minutes, we're going to take the shots that we need. Because I did say earlier in my voiceover, once this reaches a boil, turn the heat down to low. So those are the 2 shots that we need. One showing of it boiling, and then one showing it turning the heat down to low. And then I do have one recording line. And then once that recording line is shot and complete, we're going to transfer this over to my main stove, and then we're going to, while it's cooking low and slow, we are going to work on cleaning up the kitchen. And then it will essentially be, we're going to play the wait game. We're just going to wait for this to essentially finish cooking. Starting to get some bubbles, which is good in here. So this is the same pan that we used to make the tomato sauce, which is okay. So when you're making this style of mahshi, make sure you do the same, especially if you're making the tomato sauce at home from scratch. That way, when it's cooking, when the mahshi is cooking, it can still absorb all of those amazing flavors from the sauce that was previously made. Starting to get a little bit more action in the water. No. Don't fall, don't fall. Oh, crap. No. Don't fall. Don't you dare fall. Oh, man. I need to adjust the camera up for this next shot because I do have a recording line. Where's the lid? Let this cook for about 45 minutes with the lid on. Let's see how it looks. Let this cook for about 45 minutes with the lid on. Let's try it again. Let this cook for about 45 minutes with the lid on. That one should be okay. Let's make sure. Let this cook for about 45 minutes with the lid on. That takes care of that. Let's go ahead and move this to my main stove. All right. Also, a temporary change in plan before I clean up the kitchen, because I do have 4 more, just to be on the safe side in case any of those turn into a disaster. I'm going to prepare a few more just in case. So let's go ahead and remove the stems and the guts from the bell peppers. Also, I can turn off this camera too while we got this downtime, and I need to take note of the time as well. 7 o'clock. 7:07. Well, it take me a little bit of time to get those shots. So basically at like 7:40 will that first pot will be good to go. So that's one. Gotta remove all the guts. Does not have to be 100% perfect. Just as much as you can do without, you don't want to break the bell pepper. Oops. I pushed the stem in. The stem is supposed to come out, not go in. Whatever. Oops. See that one? I just broke the side. You want to be careful when doing so. You don't want the sides to break like that. And I just broke this one again. We'll just set this one to the side. Good thing that I have backups. Let's get rid of this. Let's bring the filling back over. In case you missed it, so in this mahshi filling, it is homemade tomato sauce mixed with parsley, cilantro, dill, and rice. So we're just going to add it into the bell pepper. We're going to give it a nice shake so that way it can be nice and loose in here. You don't want to overly pack it. You don't want to sit here, and shove it all in there and pack it tight, because that will cause the bell pepper to break as it is cooking. So you essentially want it to look just like that. In the pot it goes. Then onto the next one. So shake it after you pour some in. That way it fills in the way it should. Just like that. We can go a little tiny bit more. Okay, now just like that. In the pot it goes. Here's the last one. Go a little tiny bit more. Just like that. And when you have like any leftover rice like this, you can simply just throw this in a pot and it's all on its own. Top it off with some water, have the water level just sit, no more than half an inch above the rice level, and then let it reach a boil. Then bring it down to a low simmer for about 12 minutes, and then this will be done, and it will be absolutely delicious on its own. go right there for now. And then let's reach behind you guys where the water is. Water level should be about 2/3 up the bell peppers. Even though this one broke, I'm just going to add it in here to kind of hold the other one, to keep the other ones from falling over. Let's add a little bit of salt. Let's bring this to a boil with the other ones. These will essentially just be backups in case the other ones are a disaster. Who knows? When I'm cooking, anything could possibly happen in terms of disaster. All right, so we still have about 20-ish minutes for that first pot to finish cooking. Let me put away these seasonings and then we can start cleaning up the kitchen while we're waiting. All right, let me move some of this stuff out of the way so I can bring you guys over here instead. Oh my goodness. This one did not need to go over here for now. From the immersion blender. Where is, oh, here it is. This can go back in here. Actually, what I'm going to do is let's go on a quick field trip. Just bring you guys over here. Let me give you guys a quick update on how the mahshi looks so far. Here's the first batch. Just cooking low and slow. I need to reach behind you guys where the where the cabinet is. Let's do something. This is leftover dill. Just going to repurpose this for something else later on this week, like off camera. Probably going to mix it with like some Greek yogurt or something and some citrus like lime and lemon juice and some garlic, make a simple sauce out of it. put it over over rice or chicken or something to repurpose this. I did something similar before where I did Greek yogurt with cilantro, lime juice, garlic, and I think sea salt, and possibly I may have added black pepper. I don't think I did though, but possibly. Then put it all in the blender. Then I used it over rice and with chicken. It was absolutely delicious. It was simple sauce, and it was very healthy and a great complement to the rice and chicken. Did I use it with fish? I don't even recall if I used it with fish, but I know for a fact I used it with both rice and chicken. So right now, let's just clean up my 47 different cutting boards that I used. Once we clear off the sink area, we're gonna head back over to the kitchen island area and clear that off as well. And get ready for the next shots for this recipe video. Everything is essentially going into the dishwasher, with the exception of the pots and pans and the cutting boards. This I don't need. This I still do need. I think, oh no, don't think. That's the last dish for now. Here. Next is kitchen counter area. It's not too bad. I think we're doing good on time here. And then we're going to check on the peppers. This one's still not at a boil yet. So far, so good. We still have about 10-ish minutes on the first batch to be completed. Let's tilt you guys just a little bit. And then in the coming weeks, I am planning to also be making Mahshi crumb, which is stuffed cabbage, as well as Mahshi ware anab, which is the grape leaves. And then I may possibly do onions, we'll see. But those are on my list as well to make. All right, kitchen is clean for the most part, until further notice. Let's see, what do I have left in terms of my recording lines? So essentially now all I really have to do is wait for this to finish cooking. So about 10-ish minutes, less than 10 minutes, and then we can start setting back up over here, or moving things back over here to record. And then I need to take my pictures for my thumbnails, and then record my intro and outro, and then we can say Allah Bismillah and we can eat. So we are at the tail end of the recipe video. Let's see. I'm gonna need for one of my next shots to bring this back over here. So let's get in the process of getting ready. Let's get ready for that when the time comes. Just put it down like that for now. Let's go ahead and check on Mahshi. Let's see how we're looking. All right, quick little trip. So that one that is closest to us kind of did fall over. That is okay. It is still cooking. Here is batch number 2. We definitely need to turn down the temperature on this one. So this first batch has about 10-ish minutes left. This one has about 20 to 30 minutes. This one's just like a backup, essentially, just in case something goes wrong, with the first 4 that I made, like in case one of them breaks or whatever the case is as I'm transferring it to the serving dish or whatever the case is, just to be on the safe side. Did forget about this one. This is the parsley that's left over. Let's see here. This will be repurposed throughout the week as well. As I make whatever, I'll just use it as garnish on top. I did say I would make the mess, the kitchen is no longer a mess until further notice, I think. Well, we reached further notice. Here, let me brush off my hands. Let me tilt you guys. Back down again. Oops. Let's clean up my mess again. Note to self, clean the grate after I finish this live, considering that there was still a hot mess from last week's disaster. All right, it is 7:32. So it's basically been like a little over half an hour since the first batch has been cooking. Let's go ahead, take a look at it. Quick little field trip. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to set you guys right here. I do need to actually check. Checking the tenderness of the rose. So let's go ahead. you guys back over here. Let's turn this camera back on. Let's get ready for this next shot. Let's see. Oh, I know this is not what I want to watch. Let this cook for about 45 minutes with the lid on. So let's go ahead and bring this first batch back over. On my way with precious cargo. Sometimes if you turn this like too low, then the flame does go out. Even though on the dial it shows that it should not be. Just let me adjust the camera angle on this, and we should be good to go. That is way too low. Let's try this again. All right, let's do this. Just move this over here. Actually, this one. This one. I'm gonna take that shot over again. I rotated the peppers around because the angle, the way it looks on here, you could really only see the rice on like 1.5 of these. So just gave them a quick rotation. So that way you're not just seeing, like, when it comes to the final cut of this recipe video, you're not just simply seeing the side of the bell pepper. You can actually see the rice and like the mahshi itself. So let's give it a moment here. Just turning up the heat a little bit just to give it a little jump start again, from me having like the lid off for so long. All right, let's try this again. The reason why I pause is because of my recording line. When it comes time for me to edit it and with my voiceover, going to probably have it do like a pan and zoom to where, like, as I'm saying what I'm saying, it's going to zoom in and focus on this. Let me make sure it's actually in focus though. Nope. I basically needed 10 seconds worth of just this still shot. All right. So that essentially concludes, not like in terms of this live, but because we still have like 4 more hours for this live until this live concludes. No, I'm just kidding. So that's essentially it for making mahshi filfil, which is stuffed peppers. So now we need to plate it. I need to take my pictures I need for my thumbnails and my video thumbnails, and then I have my intro, my outro lines to record, and then we can say Yallah Bismillah and we can eat. So let me go ahead and grab a bowl to put this in. Hoping this is large enough for the 4. It should be large enough for the 4. That was just a dumb way to measure it. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't care. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Let's see. Heat is off. All right, let's put this on the stove for now. And let me get set up for my next shot. I need to adjust my camera. How can I do this? Let's see. How does this look? Too low. That should be okay. YouTube can see the bull and TikTok can see the bull. We should be good to go. Let's go ahead and slide this in. For these next few shots, I will be going radio silent as I am trying to get everything plated and ready and taking my pictures for my thumbnails. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Here you go, YouTube. Mahshi Fidfid, which is stuffed bell peppers. Here you go, TikTok. Mahshi Fidfid, stuffed bell peppers. Okay, that should be okay. Where's, oh, the spoon's right here, duh. Whatever. Then start with about 7 o'clock is what I'll do. No. All right, we're still good. We're good. I need to stop laughing. I'm going radio silent for a reason, so that way I can avoid disaster. But I literally knocked over all of them. They did not break though, thank God. Um, I need to stop laughing. Okay. Got it. Okay. This can move out of the way. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Egyptian style mahshi filfil, which is stuffed bell peppers. Just have to record. I finished, took me a while just to get the camera in focus. The first time I took the shots for my thumbnails, it was not in focus. I did not realize it until after the fact. So that side of things are done. Now I just have a few recording lines that I need for like my intro and outro that I need to record. Then we can say Yalla Bismillah and we can eat. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. So I only include that part, that clip, exclusive to my YouTube, for people to join my YouTube membership. Okay, it's in focus. What the? Oh my goodness. Don't start with me. Oh my goodness. I'm losing it. I'm tired. Let me try that again since I'm a little bit closer so it could be more in focus. And we'll go from there. Let's get rid of that one. Let's try it again. For more Egyptian food, culture, and spontaneous yelling, click join to become a member. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. I think that one will be a lot better in terms of focus, like on the mahshi itself. All right, I think that one looks better than the first one. All right, I'm just gonna trust that the rest is good. No, 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 no. Come on. Oh my goodness. Told you, tired. Oh man. Let's try it again. Yalla Bismillah. Yalla Bismillah. Yalla Bismillah. Yalla Bismillah. Let's make sure it's in focus. We're in focus. You have to try these Egyptian style stuffed vegetables. Let's make these Egyptian style. Okay, let's try it again. You have to try these Egyptian style stuffed. Okay, take two. You have to try these Egyptian style stuffed vegetables. Let's make Mahshi filfil. I think that one's a winner. Let's review it. Make sure we're good to go. Okay, it's in focus. You have to try these Egyptian style stuffed. Have to try these Egyptian style stuffed vegetables. Let's make Mahshi filfil. Have to try these Egyptian style stuffed vegetables. Let's make Mahshi filfil. I think we're good to go. I already said Yallah Bismillah. Not the shot that I needed for that. Now we can eat. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mahshi filfil, which is Arabic for stuffed bell peppers. So in case you missed, the first 17 hours of this live, we essentially we started by making the homemade tomato sauce. We fried some onions and garlic, and we added in some diced tomatoes and tomato paste, and then we seasoned it with ground coriander, ground cumin, sea salt, and black pepper. Once all the veggies reached a low simmer, we killed the heat, and then we introduced an immersion blender to the operation to blend the tomato sauce nice and smooth. And then once that happened, we transferred it to a large bowl. We allowed it time to cool down. While it was cooling down, we chopped up some parsley, cilantro, and fresh dill. And then we mixed it all in with the tomato sauce. And we also added Egyptian medium grain rice as well to the mix, uncooked, that is. And then we mixed it all together. And that is essentially what makes the mahshi filling. And then we moved on to the bell peppers. Traditionally speaking, green and red are most common in Egyptian culture. You can also use orange or yellow if you would like. It's all up to you. So we essentially cored the bell peppers by removing the stem and the guts, which are like the white membrane and the seeds. Then we stuffed the bell peppers, with the mahshi filling. But when it comes time to stuffing it, you don't want to overpack it tight or anything like that. If you pack it tight, then it can cause two things to happen. It can cause the peppers to break as it is cooking, and it can also result in the ruz or the rice not evenly cooking because it is too tightly packed. Once we filled the peppers, then we transferred it back to the same pot that we used to make the tomato sauce. Then we topped this off with water. The water level in the pot was only approximately like 2/3 the height of the bell peppers. Then we added some tomato paste and a little bit of sea salt to the water. We let it reach a boil. Once it reached a boil, we turned it down to a low simmer, and we kept it at a low simmer. Roughly about 45 minutes is what you want to go for. It can be done a little bit sooner. It all depends on the size of the pepper that you are using. These are more so like a medium-sized bell pepper, so like about the size of like a baseball. To put it in perspective for you, like a little bit larger than a baseball, just to give you guys an idea of how large these actually are. So I did say let it cook for about 45 minutes. In the end, it took roughly 40-ish minutes, like 38, 40 minutes altogether. Then we transfer it to serve this. You simply just transfer it to a serving bowl, serving dish, whatever you're going to serve it in. And that is it. That brings everybody up to speed on today's 22-hour long live making this mahshi filfil. Yalla bismillah. Here you go, YouTube, you get first dibs. And here you go, TikTok, you get second dibs. And for those of you who aren't already following me on my TikTok, go ahead and hit that follow. And if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. And also click that join button on for my YouTube membership. It is one of the best ways to support what I do here in my kitchen. Yalla bismillah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm done recording with my main camera, so enough of that nonsense. Let me just make sure that last one actually recorded, everything's good to go, and we should be okay. Good to go. Let me turn off this camera. Excuse me. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That essentially concludes today's live where I showed you how to make this Mahshi filfil, which is stuffed bell peppers. It is a very simple recipe to follow. It's healthy and it's clean. The sauce was made from scratch. This is a vegan recipe as well. So I highly recommend you give this a try. For those of you who are members, a part of my YouTube membership, you will have full access to the final cut of this recipe video by tomorrow, Monday. Um, what's the date tomorrow? The 8th, I think. Yeah, tomorrow's the 8th. So tomorrow, September the 8th, the full recipe video will be available exclusive to my YouTube members. For everybody else who is not a YouTube member, you will have to wait until the following week to have access to the recipe video. So with that being said, if you're not already a member on my YouTube channel, go ahead and click that join button. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. You also get exclusive perks such as custom emojis. A few days ago, or last week, I should say, I did just add 2 new custom emojis that you can use. One of which is for food, which is fava beans, and the other one is for ta'miya, which is the original falafel. Yallah, bismillah. I'm going to finish off this red one right here, and that will conclude tonight's live. Yallah, bismillah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's live where we made these stuffed bell peppers, also known as Mahshi Filfil. Like I said, for those of you who are my part of my YouTube membership, the full recipe video, the final cut, will post exclusively to each and every single one of my members, my YouTube members, by tomorrow, Monday night. So if you're not already a member, click that join button. It is one of the best ways to support what I do. Thank you for everybody who joined in to my live tonight where I made these Egyptian style stuffed bell peppers, also known as Mahshi Filfil. I am Mohammed the Egyptian cook. Thank you everybody and have a wonderful night.